Here in just a moment, we're going to get started with our market beef show at the Washington County Fair. Our judge today is Scott Greiner. He is a professor and extension animal specialist at the School of Animal Sciences at Virginia Tech. Dr. Greiner was raised on a diversified livestock farm near Oxford, Iowa. He attended Iowa State University where he majored in animal science. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the Reserve National Champion Meats Judging Team and National Champion Livestock Judging Team and was the high individual for the national contest. His graduate studies included a master's degree from Michigan State and a doctorate from Iowa State. While in graduate school, he coached highly competitive livestock judging teams, including 2 national champion teams at Iowa State. In 1998, Greiner joined the faculty at Virginia Tech and now serves as Extension Project Leader for the department as well as chair of the Interdisciplinary College Animal Production Program team. The first class we have coming in today is our heavy feeder class.
Well, good morning, everyone. Great to be back, and look forward to working with your young people today in your market beef show, and starting with our underweight or lightweight class, and kind of goes without saying, we just need a little more time on this trio of cattle in terms of weight and time on feed to make them market ready. With that said, the young man's market heifer we start with, I guess, met the gain performance minimum, and kind of by default she's the one we lead with, but I still think in terms of one that's a little further along from a finish standpoint compared to the other two, she has that advantage. But again, just need a little more time, but I think she's built well enough, has some muscularity, a little more extension in our heifer in second, long-bodied. We like that about her. I think she's got enough product in her. Again, just a little more time, and the steer we round off with, young lady's done a good job getting him presented, just a little underweight and just needs more time on feed. Give those kids a nice hand for their hard work this morning.
The results of our heavy feeder class, we had first with a red going to Carson Williams of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a red to Gracie Wood of the Washington Hustlers, third with a red to Lillian Eldridge of the Riverside Ramblers. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our returning bucket bottle market steer, Class 1. If you drive a dark gray Toyota Camry with license plate of IQC 621, it's a Washington County vehicle, I have your keys, and keys were found near that vehicle, so if you are missing keys, please come see me up here at the announcer stand. We do want to say thank you to Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for providing the funding for the beef checkoff fees. The wood chips in the beef stalls were donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. The shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products. The carcass scan fees were paid by Evans Welding and LCB Feed and Washington County Cattlemen.
Second call for returning
get our returning bucket bottle calf division started here with these lightweights. I think a close top pair here, a pair of steers that I think are similar in some regards in terms of being just a little more advanced from finish and market readiness standpoint than our steer in third, and a little more performance. There's a bit more length of body in the steer that we start with. I think maybe just a little more total product as we study him from end to end. He's probably a little better in terms of his spine, in terms of the way he's constructed. I'd like to fix him a little bit as you study him go behind, but I'd say the same thing for the steer in second. Steer in second's real moderate, really beefy, deep-bodied, soggy middle steer that's got a lot of doability to him. Maybe not quite as good down his top, maybe a little more expressive from behind. So I think there's some give and take there. A little critical of this steer in terms of the way he's constructed structurally. So I think a pair there that there's some give and take. Young man's Baldy steer, certainly one that's got some growability. He's a big frame calf that just needs more time on feed, needs more finish, needs another couple 100 pounds to make him more market ready, but a long-bodied one that will get there, I think, with some more time. Congratulations to those young people.
The results of our first class of returning bucket bottle market steers, we had first with a blue to Jake Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, second with a blue to Allie Wolf of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a red to Joseph Pasha of the Washington Hustlers. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our returning bucket bottle market steers, Class 2.
Following that
nice bunch of steers here, and young people have done an excellent job getting them fed and managed and getting them to a appropriate market weight and finish, and that's true all the way down the line. I think a really nice calf to lead with, and puts a lot of positive things together. He's sound at the ground in terms of his structure and his design, and yet more importantly, he's the most compositionally correct. He's big topped, he's thick and stout when you get behind him. He's a steer that's got some look from the side and I think some cutability. Just a really nice, practical kind of a market steer that I think wins this class pretty easily. The decision in here is between 2 and 3 for me. I think the steer in second is maybe just put together a little nicer. He's a really beefy, big ribbed one. It's got lots of flank, a steer that's got lots of body and total product. I'd like to shape him just a little more expressively, and I think the steer in first has a decided advantage there, as does the steer that we've got in third. I think this one's a little bigger ribbed. I think he's a little more correct as you study him structurally. We need to open him up behind, and that's where that makes this placing close. I think compositionally, the steer in third's probably a nickel better in terms of top shape, in terms of muscular expression, but a steer that's a little labored in terms of his movement, not as coordinated. Big extended steer that comes in fourth, really long bodied. He's good enough in his feet and legs. I need to tone him down. I need to give him more mass and substance relative to his frame size and weight. I don't read him to be quite as stout all the way through. Young lady's done an excellent job presenting him, and then a steer that we round up the class with, just giving the young man fits, but he's a well-fed calf that needs a tick more muscle. Give those kids a nice hand for a nice set of steers.
The results of our second class of returning bucket bottles, we had first with a purple going to Tess Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, second with a blue to Morgan Northup of Green Acres, third with a blue to Grant Burdo of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a blue to Bren Northup of Green Acres, and fifth with a blue to Clayton Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs. The next class we have coming into the ring is going to be our third and final class of returning bucket bottle market steers.
step in. Probably better. Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Denler and my parents are Darren and Karen Denler. I am 17 and will be a senior this fall at Waco High School, and I am this year's Washington County Fair Princess. I hope you all have a great fair.
Well, a good pair of heavyweight steers here and to lead this class, and I think some differences amongst them, but both of them are awfully nice, pretty practical kind of cattle. I think there's an advantage to our steer in first. He's the more muscular steer of that pair in terms of top shape, in terms of muscle expression from behind, and he couples that advantage with a little more leanness and cutability. You can read that in his chest floor. You can see that back there around his pones, and a steer that, again, I think on the standstill is one we can live with in terms of the way he's balanced and his proportionality. He's not the best moving one out here, and we need to make him a little more flexible, a little more athletic when he gets out and travels, and I think that's what the Baldy steer does really well in this class, is just get out and move. He's a really big rib, productive, a steer that's a good doing one, at least he looks like he is. Got plenty on him from a finish standpoint. Most of all, we just need to shape him up a little bit better compared to that steer we start with. He's maybe just a little past where he needs to be from a weight and finish standpoint, but a nice steer nonetheless that's sound moving, big-bodied, productive. I think he's got a little more to him than the big heavyweight steer that we come in here in third. This guy's very similar in terms of being a really productive, high-performance steer that's got lots to him. We'd expect him to hang a quality Carcass. He's a little plainer featured, perhaps, than the two steers that we talked about, and maybe isn't quite as good in terms of his cutability. The steer coming out next, just a real useful market steer. He's got some muscularity. He's not as good in terms of the set to his hind leg. He's a little flatter in terms of his rib and muscle shape. The steer that comes in fifth, a big, long-bodied steer that's got performance. He's a little bigger frame than ideal, perhaps. I'd like to moderate him some, give him just a little more weight stoutness relative to his frame size and his weight. And the young lady's brockle-faced steer that comes out from a terminal standpoint, nothing wrong with him. He's just having a little trouble going today and need to make him just a little freer in terms of his movement. Good class of heavyweights. Congratulate those kids, please.
The results of our third and final class of returning bucket bottle market steers. We had first in the class with a purple being exhibited by Cole Troyer of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second with a purple to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a blue going to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a blue going to Tate Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fifth with a blue going to Taylor Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs, and sixth with a blue going to Claire Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters. We're now going to have our championship drive for our returning bucket bottle market steer. In the ring from Class 1, we had our first place being exhibited by Jake Burdo, second place by Allie Wolf. From Class 2, first place in that class being exhibited by Tess Burdo, second place by Morgan Northup. From Class 3, first place being exhibited by Cole Troyer, and second by Tessa Bombay. The award for the returning bucket bottle market steer is sponsored by Steve and Pam Davis. The award for the reserve champion is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, congratulations to our young people in our bucket bottle calf division. You think back a year ago where these cattle were at in this same ring, and it's really a testament to the young people and their families and those behind the scenes for doing an excellent job getting these cattle fed into a market weight, and really as a group, really a practical, useful kind of set of cattle in terms of just putting the basics together in terms of composition and market readiness and having some productivity to them. They're not all the fanciest, and probably a couple of our class winners just put those pieces together just a little neater in terms of their balance and their structure and maintain some of that composition we're looking for. I think there's one that ties it all together pretty quickly for me in terms of one that's muscular and finished, and a steer that's got some body shape and balance and put together nicely in terms of his overall silhouette and his skeletal makeup. That's the young lady's middleweight. He'll be your champion. Give her a nice hand.
Our champion returning bucket bottle market steer is exhibited today by Tess Berto and reserve champion by Cole Troyer. The next class here coming into the ring is going to be our class of returning bucket bottle market heifers. This will be a championship drive additionally. The top award is sponsored by, in memory of Nancy Adrian, and the reserve award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
here in your market heifer division of your bucket bottle calves. Certainly a lot of difference out here in terms of weight and where they're at from a terminal endpoint. I think the heifer that we start with kind of fits the bill in terms of one that's market ready. She's got some pounds and product and body dimension about her. She's certainly one that's not ideal in terms of the way she's constructed out of her hip and hind leg, but I think as we look at her terminal value, she's quite a bit ahead of her classmates in that particular regard and kind of the logical place to fit. A little like the heifer in second, who's probably a nickel leaner and higher cutability, not near as much to her though, but assembled maybe just a touch better as you watch her in terms of her comfort level. The best made heifer in the class is the heifer that comes in third. I like her lines. I like her skeletal correctness. She's a good deep-bodied one that's uniform in her body depth. Unfortunately, she didn't quite meet the performance standards, and so she winds up third. But I think from a quality standpoint, a heifer that's got some good to her in terms of the way she's built. We'd just like to see a little more performance and weight. A lot the same for the young man's heifer that comes in fourth. A good extended long-bodied heifer that's certainly has some growability. We'd like to see a little more of her. The young lady's calf we round out the class with is the lightest weight one, a little straighter in her hock, which has probably hindered her performance some. We just need more market readiness and more maturity on her to make her comfortable as a market animal. Give those kids a nice hand here in your bucket heifer class.
The results of our championship drive for the returning bucket bottle market heifer, we had first with a blue going to Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a blue going to Taya Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a blue Madison Conway of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a red to Nicholas Pasha of Washington Hustlers, fifth with a red to Elena Cook of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Currently coming into the ring, we have our small breed steer class.
Here in our small breeds division, I would not stand before you and profess to be an expert in the mini Hereford breed, but that's a pretty good mini Hereford steer if you evaluate him just in terms of the way he's built and his rib shape and the amount of muscle he has, and yet has some balance and look about him, and he's market ready. Congratulations to that young man. That's a nice steer to represent this division. The black steer in second's arguably just a little bigger and got a little more to him, but maybe not as good out of his hip and his hind leg. He's not quite as shapely when you get your hands on him from a muscularity standpoint, but a nice steer nonetheless that's market ready for his particular breed and his particular maturity. And that's where our steer in third maybe falls a little short, just needs more time and more weight and performance and finish. Young lady's worked hard and done a good job. Oh, a calf that certainly has some length of body and some structural correctness. Just like to see a little more of him. Congratulate our small breed exhibitors for a job well done this morning.
The results of our small breed steer class, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Elijah Statler of Lime Creek Live Wires. Our award for that division is sponsored by the Brett West family. The second place and reserve with a blue goes to Elijah Statler of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a red goes to J.C. Flynn of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The next class we'll have coming in will be our first class of produce. This class is a unique class because this is produce of former heifer projects that have been exhibited at the Washington County Fair previously. So this is the next generation coming back and being exhibited at the Washington County Fair. We do also want to recognize Peyton Peck, who is currently in the ring. He's one of our senior 4-H members.
get started in our lightweight produce class. And I guess in general, all these cattle just need a little more time and a little more maturity to make them market ready. And we've got some challenges from the standpoint that we've just got one calf that meets your performance minimums. That's the young lady we start with. But even without that, I think she's up here in the top pair for sure. A calf that's built probably as well as any in terms of its feet and legs. Got some shape about it, as we just discussed. It needs a little more time, though, in terms of just from a finish and weight and maturity standpoint. But I think a calf that's the right kind of quality. The most market-ready steer in here is in second, a steer that handles real well, and young man's got that steer reasonably finished. He too is one that has some shape and some carcass merit. A steer that's awfully tight as you study that rear pastern and the way he gets out and travels. We need to fix that about him if we're going to be more comfortable in him. And again, he's under the limit in terms of performance, as are our steers in second, third, and fourth. Really stout steer, probably as muscular as any in the class, comes in here third. A big stifled one that's big in his upper hip and really, really shapely. Just a little piece together and awfully raw and green yet as we study him from that standpoint. A nice balanced, attractive calf from the side view comes in to round out our class. Really long spine and level in its hip. That steer needs more width and more muscle relative to his framework, and we need to correct him out of his front end in terms of the way that shoulder and knee is made. Let's congratulate those young people as we get this division started.
The results of our first class of produce. We have our first with a blue being exhibited by Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Lime Lights. Second with a blue to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a red to Stella Janicek of the Horse and Pony Club. Fourth with a red to Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The next class we have coming into the ring, we have our second class of produce.
solid class here, and I think the young lady's steer that we used to win does so pretty quickly in terms of one that puts those priorities together. He's compared to the steer in second, I think he's more up and up over his top. He's a steer that's more muscular from behind. He's the most comfortable when we put him in motion, just in terms of stride and soundness. Got some balance and look, and he's a market-ready one. He's not the stoutest one in the world, but again, congratulations to that young lady. I thought the decision in the class was between 2 and 3. I think in 2 we've got a steer that probably follows our class winner a little better in terms of his type and kind. That's a steer, again, that's pretty lean and high cutability. I think he's adequate from a muscle standpoint. Probably give a little advantage to the Baldy steer just in terms of shape and product. But I think the steer in seconds put together are just a nickel better in terms of the way he's made and the way he balances, and certainly his comfort level and length of stride. The Baldy steer from a terminal standpoint, lots of shape, lots of muscularity. He's a market-ready steer. He's going to hang an extremely good carcass from that standpoint, in my estimation. He just needs to move a little better. The steer that comes in there fourth, a really well-fed, big body, good doing steer. Just like to lean him up again a little bit and clean him up in his overall makeup. Got just a little more finish than ideal for me. And a big steer on this end, a little on the other end of the spectrum, despite being the heavyweight steer in here. He's actually the leanest one. Need to open him up and give him just a little more market readiness. Let's give those kids a nice hand here in your heavyweight produce class.
The results of our second class of produce, we had first with a blue to Sydney Kniebel of the Lime Creek Lime Lights, second with a blue to Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a blue to Sarah Berto of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a blue to Claire Stalder of Washington Go-Getters, fifth with a blue to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. We're now going to have our championship drive for our produce steer. In the ring from class 1, we had first place Allie Wetstein, second place Peyton Pack. From class 2, first place Sydney Kniebel, and second place Jade Sheets.
Well, a good set of produce calves here to represent this division. We had 2 classes of them, a lightweight and a heavyweight, and we talked in those lightweights that maybe all of them just needed a notch more time. And so really, as we study them and you get down to what's practical in terms of market-ready steers, I think it's pretty logical. We stick with these 2 heavyweights. We just described them, but give those 2 young ladies a nice round of applause of congratulations here this morning.
The results of our Produce Steer Championship class, we had our champion being shown by Sydney Kniebel. Award for that class was sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson. There's also a cash award from Richard and Angie Sandberg. The reserve was shown by Jade Sheets, and the award for that was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The Washington County Cattlemen will be serving lunch today at the Producers Grill from 11 o'clock until 1.
A really nice white-bellied market heifer here to lead this class. Really a good one in terms of just putting bigness of rib and market readiness and some mass and substance on a package that's sound enough structurally. Just kind of overwhelms this class, and be anxious to get her back out here in our champion drive and see what's coming yet. From there, I think the class is challenging. We've got some cattle that didn't quite measure up in terms of your performance minimums that. And then we've got some that maybe are just a little off in terms of their balance. We kind of default into this heifer in second. She's got more performance in her than the red heifer, and while she's not as typey or as muscular in her shape, she's got more rib dimension. She's probably more flexible out of her hock and rear pastern. We'd like to balance her up a little bit, but I think fundamentally she's big enough, she's market ready enough, and has some carcass value. the red heifer coming in there certainly on the standstill you like in terms of her silhouette, her straightness of lines, and her balance, and she's got some shape about her. She's too tight behind and just needs to be more flexible. And obviously we'd like to see a little more performance about her, a lot the same as the heifer in fourth. From a performance standpoint, she's deep flank, she's soggy middled, she's one that's got some finish and market readiness. Just like to see a notch more stoutness. The big heifer on this end, maybe a little bigger in terms of her kind relative to that frame. We'd like to make her just a notch wider skeleton and a notch more muscular, but that young lady's done an excellent job here at the fair this morning. Give those kids a nice round of applause for their hard work.
The results of our market heifer, Class 1, we had first with a purple to Cale Schneider of Franklin Cubs, second with a blue to Adrian Blaveld of the Lime Creek Limelights, third with a blue to Mason Schneider of the Green Acres, fourth with a blue to Liliana Eldridge of the Riverside Ramblers, fifth with a blue to Cameron Eldridge of the Riverside Ramblers.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Bartholomew, the 17-year-old daughter of Scott and Michelle Bartholomew. I will be a senior this upcoming fall at Washington, and I am your Washington County Fair Queen.
Coming into the ring now is our second and final class of market heifers. Following this class, we will have a championship drive to select the champion reserve champion market heifer. I do also want to recognize Alex Murphy, who is currently in the ring as one of our senior 4-H members. Some of the animals in today's show will be sold at the livestock auction on Friday. Anyone from the community is welcome to come and buy. The auction will be starting at 8:30 a.m.
I think a useful trio of heavyweight market heifers. The young lady's Baldy heifer we start with, I think certainly one that's assembled the best in terms of the way she's put together from a feet and leg and a balance standpoint. You handle her and she's right in terms of being market ready. She's got enough muscle shape about her. I don't know that she's overwhelming in that regard, and maybe the heifer behind her is a little stouter in terms of her top, but she's easily the one that puts that compositional correctness and carcass merit on an attractive package that's good enough in terms of its skeleton. Congratulations to her. Nice pair in second and third, both really well fed cattle. I think there's more cutability in the one in second. She's leaner up through her brisket, a little firmer right back there through her flank, and a little more cleaner as you study her down her top line and over her loin edge. And she's a little leveler hipped and a little better on her hind leg. The Baldy heifer we round off with, certainly performance oriented. Young lady's done a great job getting her fed to a market endpoint. A lot to her, lots of body, lots of dimension, maybe just a little further along from a finish standpoint. Like to clean her up. Congratulations to our heavyweight market heifer exhibitors.
The results of our second and final class of market heifers, we had first with a purple going to Alex Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, second with a blue to Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a blue to Sarah Berto of the Franklin Cubs. We'll now have a championship drive to select our champion and reserve champion market heifer. From class 1 coming in, we'll have our first place, which was exhibited by Cale Schneider of the Franklin Cubs. Second place in that class was exhibited by Adrian Blaveld of the Lime Creek Limelights. From class 2, we had first place being exhibited by Alex Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, and second place by Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters. The awards for the champion were sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning, and the reserve champion award is sponsored by Tim and Bev Colbert.
Nice market heifer division, and certainly I think pretty quickly this top pair, the white-bellied heifer, who's the lightweight class. She's actually not a lightweight. She weighs 1275, so certainly in the ballpark of where we'd like to see her. Really a well-made heifer that's got a lot of quality as a market animal. She's big in terms of her top and big in her pin set, and plenty of muscle to her, and yet she's lean enough, yet market ready. She's easily the best assembled one in terms of her body shape, in terms of her skeletal correctness. I think a lot of good to the heavyweight heifer as well. She's long-bodied. She's got a lot of product as you study her. She's one that's appropriately finished for weighing 1,500 and still has cutability. Not quite as fancy in her overall makeup, but a nice market heifer nonetheless. Put your hands together for these young people and a job well done. We'll congratulate your champions.
Our champion market heifer today is exhibited by Cale Schneider and our reserve by Alex Murphy. Currently coming into the ring, we have our first class of purebreds. We're going to start with Angus today. We'll also recognize Grace Coble from the Crooked Creek Club as being one of our senior 4-H members.
a little give and take here on your top pair of Angus steers in my estimation. I think the steer we use in first is a little more complete in terms of one that ties that market readiness and that muscular shape in a package that's desirable from a balance and overall skeletal build standpoint. I like his bigness of rib. I like him in terms of being a pretty clean-made, high-cutability steer and yet adequately finished. He's not as stout and as powerful as the steer that comes in second. He's acting considerably better, and probably that's to his advantage out here. I really like the carcass merit of the steer in second in terms of his top shape, in terms of his upper hip and his stifle dimension. He's a steer that's just a little bit plainer in his overall feature, but certainly from a terminal value standpoint, lots of things to appreciate. A well-fed, big-bodied steer that comes in here third. Again, plenty of muscle about him. I think when it's all said and done, he's very acceptable as a market steer. Just needs to travel a little differently, and we run out our class with our lightweight calf that just needs a little more time, a little more power and time on feed and market readiness to compete with the others. Give those kids a nice hand as we get our pure classes started.
The results of our Purebred Angus steer class, we had first with a blue going to Blake Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. That is also the champion for the Angus. The award for that is sponsored by Doug Colbert. Our second place with a blue going to Nicholas West of Crooked Creek. That is also the reserve champion, with the award being provided by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a blue going to Grace Coble of Crooked Creek. The next class we'll have coming into the ring here in just a moment will be our Kiania class. I do want to recognize Peyton Yagi, who's out in the ring as one of our senior 4-H members.
Well, a nice class of key steers, and I think a very, very logical place to start here. This young man's calf, and while he's bigger and pounds heavier and therefore is kind of overwhelms the other two, I think you set that aside and you just study him in terms of quality, and he's easily the best one in terms of being the biggest top, the most shapely through his upper hip. He maintains the most base width off both ends of his skeleton and is probably as comfortable as any of them. To me, he balances a little better than the steer we got in second. I think he's so much more massive and so much soggier and got way more to him than that calf that comes in there third. Just a nice, complete one, I think, to lead this class. I think this decision in here is 2 and 3. At the end of the day, the white-bellied steer, he's just stouter. He's just got more rib shape. He's got more flank. He's got more hip. He's got more total body dimension. I'd like to make him a little neater as you study his front third. I think he's also a notch more flexible as you study his hock and hind leg compared to the steer that comes in there third. Probably a little advantage to our steer in third. He's really neat as you study his front third. He's good in his lines. When we prop him up on the side profile, he's certainly one that's attractive and good in his silhouette. He just needs to be more manly. There's just not enough of him. Need to bulk him up, need to stouten him up, need to soften him up, and just give him more total mass to run with that pair that beats him today. The baldy steer that comes out there next, nothing wrong with this calf. From a terminal standpoint, he's probably more muscular. He's probably shapelier than the calf that we just used ahead of him, but doesn't put those pieces together in quite as fancy a package. Nonetheless, he's market ready, he's well finished, he's sound enough, and got plenty of muscle. I think a steer on the end as well has got some nice pieces from his hip forward. He's good in his rib cage. He's good in his upper rib shape. He's a steer, though, that's a little more labored in terms of his movement. Nice set of key steers. Congratulate those young people, please.
Currently coming into the ring, we have our Maine Anjou purebred steers. The results of our Kiania. We have our first place with a purple being exhibited by Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers. His award was sponsored by Impressions Computers, or by Rick and Judy Giro. The second place with a purple goes to Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. The award for that was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple going to Brock Thoman of the Highlanders. Fourth with a blue going to Peyton Yagi of the Riverside Ramblers. Fifth with a blue going to Layson Muntz of the Washington Hustlers.
here in our main class, I think a good group of steers. The young lady certainly brought us a steer that's attractive and good in terms of his balance. I like his freshness and his presentation. He's a good handling one. From a finish standpoint, he's got, I think we're going to call him adequate from a muscle standpoint. He doesn't overwhelm you, and I'd certainly like to stouten him up, particularly when you get in behind him and just give him more mass and substance. But again, the young lady's done an excellent job. I think it's his balance, his uniformity of body depth, his flank line, his rib shape that gets him over the steer that we've got in second. I think this steer in second's got some advantages. I think he's naturally bigger footed. I think he's naturally better in terms of his hock placement and probably his rear leg design. His problem is a steer that gets a little off balance to us in terms of his flank line relative to his chest. I like his shape. I like his upper hip dimension, his stifle expression, probably a little better than the steer that we used to win the class. Just doesn't put it together in quite as balanced or complete a package, but a nice practical steer though that's got a lot of good things to him. Just a nice steer that comes in there third. Again, he's sound enough in his movement. He's a steer that's long-bodied. He's balanced. He's got a good body shape, maybe not quite as muscular as the calves that we've previously talked about, but I think is better in terms of his design and his soundness and mobility compared to the steer we round out the class with, which is market ready. Certainly one that's finished well and met an appropriate rate. Would give him just a notch more rib shape relative to those that we've talked about. Congratulations to our main exhibitors. Solid set of steers.
The results of our Maine Anjou purebred steer class, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Greenlee Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. The award for the champion Maine Anjou was sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. The reserve champion in second place with a purple in that class goes to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. The award for reserve was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue goes to Cameron Renner of Crooked Creek, and fourth with a blue goes to Blake Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Class we have currently in the ring, we have our Red Angus purebred steer class.
Nice set of Red Angus steers. Not a lot of difference as we move first through fourth in my estimation. The young lady steer we start with, to me, reads with the most muscularity. He's a steer. We put your hands on him. He's the biggest topped. He's the biggest and most expressive through his upper hip and quarter. I think a steer that when she gets him propped up on the side and gets his head up, I think he's got a nice posture and balance about him. Where he beats our steer in second is he's more massive as you get behind him, more opened up in his center body and rib shape from that standpoint. The steer in second's got an advantage in weight and maybe total product. He's really long-bodied, maybe a steer that's a little more attractive through his shoulder and front end. A steer, though, for his frame size, I'd like to stouten him up and widen him up as you study him go away from you. But I think he handles it reasonably well from a skeletal standpoint, got some length of stride, and has an advantage there compared to the steers in third and fourth. Third and fourth, I think, are a pair of similar steers. They're big-bodied. They're both steers that are market-ready and have some appropriateness from a finish standpoint, a notch more balance and cleanliness about the steer that we use coming in third, and certainly a little more comfort level as we put him in motion. The steer on this end is maybe just a little heavier and a little more to him, but he's got the most issues as we watch him move out. Congratulations to our Red Angus exhibitors.
The results of our Red Angus class, we had our champion being exhibited by Blake Evans. The award for the Red Angus champion is sponsored by Brett and Mariah Crone Farms. The reserve champion was also exhibited by Blake Evans of Schneider, and the award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Those both received a blue in the class. Blake is a part of the Washington FFA. Third with a blue goes to Ryder Vidito of the Franklin Cubs. Also fourth with a blue goes to Ryder Vidito of the Franklin Cubs. Currently coming into the ring, we have our first class of Simmental steers.
I think a reasonably close pair here in this top end to get our semi-show started. The steer we start with, to me, at the end of the day, his pieces just fit together better than our steer that we've gotten second. As you study him in terms of his top line and his levelness of hip, his uniformity of body depth, he's a steer, I think, that's adequately shaped and muscled. He's not overwhelming in that regard, and I'd probably give a little advantage to our steer in second, right behind his shoulder, in terms of his upper rib shape and over his loin. But our steer in first is just assembled so nicely and puts it together in a more complete package in my estimation. Very practical steer that comes in second. He's good on his feet. He's sound enough structurally. When we stand him still, he gets just a little piecey, and just need to make those pieces fit together just a little more uniformly and a little smoother. Nonetheless, he's a steer that's quite a bit better in terms of his design and makeup, and he's more muscular to boot compared to the steer in third. Young man's worked hard and done a good job and got his steer market ready, just a little plainer featured as we study him from a terminal standpoint. Congratulations here as we start our Simmental breed.
The results of our first class of Simmental steers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Emma Lyle. Emma is a part of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Second with a purple to Preston Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a blue goes to Hunter Barnes of the Washington Go-Getters. We're now going to have our second and final class of Simmental steers. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion Simmental steer. Some of the animals from today's show will be sold in the livestock auction on Friday. Anyone from the community is welcome to come out and buy. The auction will start at 8:30. We do want to say thank you to Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating the wood chips for the cattle barns this year. We do want to say thank you to Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for supplying the funding for the beef checkoff fees. Also, the wood chips in the beef stalls were donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. Shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products. Carcass scan fees were paid by Evans Welding and LCB Feed and Washington County Cattlemen.
Well, again, I think a calf to lead with here that puts all the pieces together quite well. He's a steer that's easily got the most balance and the most look, but just as importantly, he's a calf that's thick enough and got enough hip and quarter and enough handling quality. I think he's very fresh in terms of the way he handles, and he's assembled better than that yellow steer that comes in second in terms of his joint work and his skeleton, and we appreciate that. I'll be honest, when he first walked in the ring, I questioned if he was quite stout enough. Actually, get in behind him, he's a little stouter than maybe you anticipate. I think he's adequate in that regard. Young lady does a nice job with him. A lot of things to appreciate about this red baldy, man. That rascal's stout. He's easily the most muscular steer, maybe as stout a one as we've had in the ring today, just in terms of sheer muscle mass, and we appreciate that from a terminal value standpoint. He's a little roached up in his top. He's a little tighter off both ends skeletally than we'd like him to be, and so we fix those things to make him a little more in contention for a class winner. But there's no question that steer has got a lot of productivity and a lot of muscle. Big heavyweight steer that's well fed and done extremely well. He's big bodied. He's certainly market ready, and a steer that's sound enough in terms of his skeleton. Just make him a nickel fancier and doesn't have quite the cutability of the red baldy that we used in second. Young lady's calf that comes out here in fourth, really long spine and level hip. He too is one that's, I think, got enough shape about him, but we'd like to see just a little more rib and a little more depth of flank, a little more total dimension. The big baldy steer on this end, a little bigger in terms of his pattern. We'd like to tone him down a little, but he's a high cutability steer that's done well. He's market ready, and so the young man's done a great job feeding him. Congratulations here to our heavyweight Simmental exhibitors.
The results of our second class is Simmentals. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Greenlee Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, second with a blue to Covert Greiner of Dutch Creek Flyers, third with a blue to Lane Janicek of the Dutch Creek Flyers, fourth with a blue to Madeline Siren of the Mid-Prairie FFA, fifth with a blue to Layson Muntz of the Washington Hustlers. Coming back into the ring for a championship drive to select champion, reserve champion Simmental steer. From our first class, we had our first place being exhibited by Emma Lyle of the Dutch Creek Flyers, second place being exhibited by Preston Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires. From class 2, our first place being exhibited by Greenlee Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, and second being exhibited by Covert Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. The Champion Award for Simmentals is sponsored by Thoman Simmentals, and the Reserve Award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Nice Simmental show, and we started with that lightweight class, and I thought a close pair there, and we used the steer that's got just a little more balance and attractiveness about him versus one that's maybe just a little softer and maybe just a little bigger top. And we get them out here, both those, that calf and and both of them actually are maybe just a nickel green and could use just a little more time and softness about them. Our big heavyweight calf is very, very attractive, and you get him out here and study him. Certainly one that's massive as you get in behind him relative to his contemporaries and balanced well. I think he's got a little advantage too in terms of his hind leg set and just his length of stride as you study him compared to that lightweight and the really stout yellow one that was second that's got a tremendous amount of power and muscularity. Good set of Simmentals. Congratulate these young people, please, and we'll get your breed champion.
Our champion today is exhibited by Greenlee Giro and our reserve by Emma Lyle. Currently coming into the ring will be our all other breed steer class.
Well, we got lots of differences out here in your AOB class, and I'll be honest, not a terribly easy class to sort, and you could do them lots of different ways, in my opinion. The thing I'm most comfortable with is the steer that we start with. He is not the biggest, stoutest one out here, but if we begin to pick him apart and put all the pieces together from a completeness standpoint, I think he easily does that. He's a steer that's probably built as well as any in terms of his skeletal structure. He's a steer that's got some look and balance. He's a steer that's muscular enough and sensible in terms of his size and yet market ready. Young lady's done a pretty good job with him. He's so much sounder than the steer that comes in second out through his front end. He's more moderate, he's better and softer in his rib and not as extreme as the big white steer that comes in third. So I think he's kind of the logical place to hitch to. Certainly we got more to this solid red steer that comes in second. He's bigger hipped, he's bigger topped, he's more muscular all the way through. He's just not good enough out of his front end for me. And if you wanted to move him down the line as a result of that, I wouldn't argue with you very long. But I think from a carcass standpoint, from a terminal standpoint, he gets over the white steer, who gets a little extreme for me. And while he's a good made steer that's sound and long in terms of his stride, has some balance, I question whether he's quite stout enough relative to the frame and weight that he carries. The Lemmy black steer, certainly one that's got some carcass merit in terms of terminal shape. He's a little rounder hip. He's a little harder flanked. He's just a little off in terms of his skeletal design. We change him some in terms of his overall balance. From a terminal standpoint, a steer we appreciate. Hereford steer coming out next has certainly got some body and some dimension. Maybe like to clean him up in his front third. He too wants to wing out in his shoulder just a little. The gray steer that comes in there, long-bodied, lean and high cut ability. Like to see just a little more to him in terms of muscle shape as you get behind him. Good set of steers as we evaluate them. Young lady steer on that end. The Hereford steer, certainly big-bodied, productive and good doing and market ready. Just like to clean him up and make him just a little more desirable from a trimness standpoint, but he's very productive and sound and got lots of rib and performance. Congratulations to our AOB exhibitors.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Friel on behalf of the Washington County Cattlemen. I was asked to say a few words about our next class, which is sponsored by the Cattlemen. It's our single source class. This started back in December. We get a group of cattle from a local producer, Kurt Pasha, this year, and take a group of calves to weigh-ins, and we have the kids that sign up. They draw numbers out of a hat, and that is accordance to which calf they get to put on feed for this year. This class is a little bit different. These are more of the market steers, not necessarily show steers. So this is more how well you can feed and take care of the calf. It combines not only the phenotype, but also how they hang on the rail. We have carcass scan results we'll announce in a little bit. We also offer an educational standpoint to this class where we take tours. Kurt took them on a tour of the Brighton Locker, and also they got to see a monoslope feeding facility, learn all the aspects of that. If you are interested in this class, usually we have sign up back in November. So get with somebody on the Cattlemen and we can get you signed up for that. I will announce the results of the carcass scan. First, we have Grace Conway. Also forgot to, the Washington County Cattlemen have added money for the carcass scan. So, and Agraway. So the winner of the carcass scan here gets $110. Second place in the carcass was Bria Ropp, $80. Third place, Braxton Rupp with $65. And fourth place in our scan is Mason Schneider with $45. And shameless plug here, Washington County Cattlemen are cooking at the Producer's Grill for lunch today, so stop over and visit us there from 11 to 1.
Currently in the ring, we do have our single source steer class, as Brandon was just talking about. I do need to recognize Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights, who's one of our senior 4-H members. Also, need to back up and we need to go through our results from our All Other Breeds class. First place in the All Other Breeds with a purple was exhibited by Aspen Siren of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Her champion award was sponsored by Nick and Jana Shallow family. Second with a blue and reserve goes to Kennedy Long of the 76 Progressives. Her award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue goes to Erica Thoman of the Highlanders. Fourth with a blue to Adrian Blavelt of the Lime Creek Limelights. Fifth with a blue to Lane Norman of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Sixth with a blue to Tyler Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. Seventh with a blue to Ashley Harmson of the Mid-Prairie FFA.
Well, nice class of single source black steers. I think a really big bodied, good doing, easy feeding kind of a steer that we lead with, that's got a lot to him just in terms of dimension, just a little more of him than the steer that we've gotten second from a weight and just sheer product standpoint. I like the balance and attractiveness and cleanliness of the steer that we've gotten second. He's got some muscle shape. The steer in third's really long bodied and probably a steer that's going to hang a very desirable carcass as I evaluate him in terms of just the way he's shaped, but maybe just a little tighter made. A big steer on this end that's certainly lean and long body and good in terms of his skeleton. Just like to stouten him up a little bit. Congratulate these young people for their hard work and excellent project throughout the year.
The results of our single source steer class, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Mason Schneider of the Green Acres, second with a blue to Braxton Robb of the Green Acres, third with a blue to Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue to Bria Robb of the Green Acres. We're now going to get started with our Crossbred division. We're going to go into Division 1 with our first class of Crossbred steers. I do want to take a moment to recognize Blake Jewell from the 76 Progressives 4-H Club, who's out in the ring right now as one of our senior 4-H members.
Well, certainly an interesting class to get our crossbred division started, and lots of different shapes, sizes, and kinds. And I'm not sure there's one in here that jumps out and says he's the class winner. And if you've got differences of opinion from ringside, I'd certainly entertain those. What makes it challenging is the steer that phenotypically, just ignore everything. The steer that's in third from a phenotype standpoint is the calf we'd like to use. Unfortunately, he didn't meet the minimum gain requirement, and so he can't be in the top two. And so I think as we sort through them, the calf we end up using certainly has some good to him in terms of being balanced and attractive. He's a steer that needs more time. I'd be the first to tell you that. He's not market ready. He needs to be softer, and then he just needs to be a little more flexible behind. But as we compare him to his contemporaries, he's got a little extra extension and frame and future growth for a lightweight. He's more balanced and attractive than the steer that comes in second. Steer in second, just a nice middle-of-the-road calf that's probably a better finished than the steer we start with, or more mature at this stage of the game, but awfully plain in terms of the way he's designed. We just talked about the gray steer. He's the big-bodied, stout, thick one that's got some market readiness and some soundness, but just doesn't have quite enough performance. Then we got a steer that comes in there next that certainly is big-bodied, certainly is productive in his appearance. He's got some rib shape. He just needs to be fancier as you study him in terms of the way he's constructed. The Baldy steer is just awfully moderate for me. I'm not sure he's kind of done at this stage of the game. I just like to see a little more frame and elevation and lateness and maturity in him. He's really stout, got a lot to him. Like to change his feet and ankles as well, make him a little sounder there. The gray steer that comes out is a long-bodied, smooth-made steer, a little straighter up front, a little harder in terms of his rib, just a long ways from being market ready. The black steer on this end is probably just a little easier fleshing, but a steer again that needs a notch more width and skeletal design. Congratulations here to our crossbred lightweight exhibitors as we get this division started.
The results of our first class of Division 1 crossbred steers, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Braxton Robb of the Green Acres, second with a blue to Brianna Robb of the Green Acres, third with a blue to Blake Jewell of the 76 Progressives, fourth with a blue to Gabby Robertson of the Mid-Prairie FFA, fifth with a blue to Covert Griner of the Dutch Creek Flyers, and sixth with a red to Stella Janicek of the Horse and Pony Club, and seventh with a red to Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Limelights. This next class we have coming into the ring will be our second and final crossbred steer class for Division 1. Following this class, we will be having a championship drive to select the champion and reserve champion for Division 1. We do have a senior 4-H'er in the ring for this class. We have Natalie West of Crooked Creek.
a little more uniformity here in our second class, and I think a little more logic as we move through them. I think a young man that's brought us this gray steer, just a really practical one. He's the big-bodied, really stout, massive steer, and you put these two in first and second side by side, and the one in second will fit inside our first place steer. He's just so much more massive and opened up in terms of his body shape, his upper hip, and his dimension behind. And he couples that with being the more appropriately finished, better handling steer from a market readiness standpoint. He's not ideal in terms of the way he's made in his rear leg and particularly his pasture, and I'd free him up there for sure. But I think as you evaluate this class, he's still the place we need to hitch to. The steer in second's arguably got a little more look to him. He's a really long-bodied, a really attractive made kind of steer. He's just not there yet. He's not 12 o'clock. He needs more time. He needs more finish. He just needs more bulk and more mass to compete with that one we start with. When we put him in motion, he wants to roach up in his top. He's probably more flexible out of his hind leg, but he's not ideal in terms of the way he gets and goes either. But a really nice, balanced, attractive steer that's square made. Nice pair to lead with some differences for sure. I think a real practical steer that comes in third from a composition standpoint, he probably competes with our class winner, but unfortunately he's a little rounder hipped, a little harder flanked, a little underneath himself in terms of his skeleton. It just needs a notch more balance. The red steer that comes out, a productive, deep-bodied, well-finished calf that's kind of average in terms of muscle. We just need to shape him up a little more, but I still think he's more appropriate from a finish and body shape standpoint than the steers we round off with, a pair of black steers that are long-bodied and extended. Both those steers need just a shot more muscle expression as we get in behind them. Thought there was just a little more true width in the steer that comes in about fifth. We round out the class with a big late maturing steer that certainly has some framework and ability to handle some heavier weights and maintain some compositional correctness. He's the furthest away from being there in terms of market readiness. Just needs more time and more weight and more maturity to compete as a market steer. Congratulations to those exhibitors for a job well done.
The results of our second class in Division 1 of Crossbred steers, we had first with a purple going to Mason Schneider of Green Acres, second with a purple to William McWhirter of Franklin Cubs, third with a blue to Cale Schneider of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a blue to Allie Wolf of the Washington Go-Getters, fifth with a blue to Eliana Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers, sixth with a blue to Emerson Moore of the Riverside Ramblers, seventh with a blue to Natalie West of Crooked Creek. Currently, we are having our Division 1 championship drive. From our first class, first place was exhibited by Braxton Robb of Green Acres, second place by Brianna Robb of Green Acres. From Class 2, first place being exhibited by Mason Schneider of Green Acres, and second place by William McWhirter of the Franklin Cubs.
Well, here in our lightweight division, we started with that first class and had some challenges there and settled on that pair of steers. That doesn't take away from these young people's accomplishments. They've worked hard and done a nice job, and I think we get down to the basics and talk about cattle that are close to being market ready and built right and got the right kind of composition. I think it pretty quickly becomes this pair of steers out of the heavier class, Class 2. Put your hands together. Congratulate those two young men. They'll have your lightweight champion in reserve.
Our champion for Division 1 is Mason Schneider. And the award for Division I champion is supplied by CBI Bank and Trust. William McWhirter is the reserve champion, and the award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Currently coming into the ring, we are getting into our second division of Crossbred steers. For Division II, first class at Crossbred steers is coming into the ring at this time. We do want to recognize Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights as being one of our senior 4-H members. We'll announce some results of the Washington County Livestock Judging Contest. Team results in the junior division, first place went to the Washington County number 2. And the individuals on that team were Bristol Young, Emma Greiner, Cole Troyer, and Preston Ford. Second place was the live wired number 3 of Keston Holmes, Kinley Holmes, Elena Cook, and Lane Norman. Third place went to Livewire number 2, which the team consisted of Leah Kelly, Nicholas Peck, J.C. Flynn, and Eve Stoutner. Individual results in the junior division, we had first place going to Bristol Young, second place to Callie Brink, third place Madison Gent, fourth place Emma Greiner, and fifth place Preston Ford.
Good set to get our middleweight division going, and I think a nice steer to lead with, one that I think is impractical in lots of ways, and a steer that's certainly attractive and balanced and fresh and handles nice and gets out and travels with some ease of motion and some athleticism, and yet has enough compositional correctness. Certainly a nice steer. Then we'll evaluate him a little closer as we progress with the show. The steer that comes in there second's really stout. That guy's got a monster top and a monster hip and lots of muscle shape in him. Unfortunately, he's not quite as correct in terms of putting it together at the ground in terms of his feet and his hock and just his the way he gets out and travels. But man, that dude is stout. Got lots and lots of product in him. I love a lot of things about him. We just need to soften him up and give him the flexibility of that steer that we use to win the class. Very practical baldy steer that comes in there third. Again, one that's well finished. You get behind him, he's got some shape through his upper hip, some expression through his stifle and twist. Maybe just a little plainer, not as extreme in his composition as those steers ahead of him, but I think he's a higher cutability steer that's neater in his hip and more correct in terms of where he's at from a finish standpoint than the red steer that comes fourth. That guy's got quite a bit of muscle and stoutness and rib shape to him. He's a little labored in out of his hip and hind leg, and a steer that's maybe just a little further along from a finish standpoint than ideal for me. The black steer I thought was just a little more market ready than the spotted up steer we round off with, who's certainly long-bodied and has some product, giving the young lady some fits out here, but she's worked hard, and best of luck to her. Congratulations here to our middleweight exhibitors for a nice class.
The results of our first class in Division 2 of Crossbred steers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Libby Seiko of Horse and Pony Club, second with a purple to Eve Stoutner of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a blue to Tess Berto of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a blue to Hayden Norman of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a blue to Blake Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, sixth with a blue to Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our second and final class in Division 2 of Crossbred steers. Some additional team results from the livestock judging contest. In our senior division, our first place was Washington County number 1, which was the team was Bran Young, Peyton Ford, Charlotte Searin, and Garrett Greiner. Second place went to the Live Wire Senior, which consisted of Peyton Peck, Blake Peck, Adeline Houston, and Caden Houston. Third place went to the Washington County Senior number 2 team, which was Bren Northup, Tess Burdo, and Jade Sheets. Individual results in the senior division included first place, Bran Young, second place, Charlotte Searin, third place, Peyton Ford, fourth place, Peyton Peck, and fifth place, Garrett Greiner.
Hello everyone, my name is Greta Searin and I'm this year's 2023 Miss Congeniality of the Washington County Fair. My parents are Jason and Catherine Searin. I'll be a senior at Mid Prairie this fall and I'm very excited to be here today.
We do want to say thank you to Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating wood chips for the cattle barn this year. Also, some of today's animals will be sold in the livestock auction on Friday. Anyone from the community is welcome to come and buy. The auction will start at 8:30 a.m. Additionally, the Washington County Cattlemen are serving lunch at the Producers Grill today from 11 until 1. We would like to recognize Peyton Ford of Lime Creek Live Wires, Tess Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, Bren Northup of the Green Acres 4-H Club, and Blake and Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters for receiving Beef Project Awards at the 2022 Awards Night. They all excel in personal beef projects, learning, workshop, and leadership experiences. We do want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts that members have been wearing.
Well, this young man's brought us an awfully nice one with lots of quality to lead this class. Really one that's attractive and fresh, and good in terms of his body shape and a steer that really catches your eye. But more importantly, that dude's stout at the ground. He's big in terms of his hip, handles well, got plenty of power from behind. Just an awfully complete one that I think got a lot of good to him. The decision in here is 2 and 3 in my estimation between the black and the red steer. I think there's more correctness compositionally in our black steer. That dude's really big top, really shapely, really expressive from behind. Once he calmed down for the young lady and we were able to get him set up, and he actually gives you a pretty good look from the side from a balance standpoint. And man, he is powerful in terms of the amount of shape he's got. He's not as soft made, he's not quite as big in terms of his bone work, and doesn't have the total power of that steer we used to lead the class, but he's a nice steer for sure. This red one's got lots of rib shape. This is a really productive one. He falls just a nickel shy in terms of muscularity compared to the top pair in my mind. He's also just a notch plainer, but I like his soundness, his length of stride. He's a steer that's got a lot to him, a lot of productivity. Appreciate him. The steer that comes in there next, another well-finished calf that's certainly market ready. Maybe like to give him just a little more expression of muscle as we get in behind him. A lot the same for our calf that we round out the class with. He's grown well. He's long-bodied and extended. Going to have a very positive carcass outcome in my regard, but also just a little narrower behind. Congratulations to those young people. Another nice class.
The results of our second class in Division 2, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, second with a blue to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a blue to Avery Janicek of the Dutch Creek Flyers, fourth with a blue to Caden Reed of the Horse and Pony Club, and fifth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. We're now going to have our championship drive for Division 2. So from Class 1 coming into the ring, we had first place being exhibited by Libby Seiko of the Horse and Pony Club, second, Eve Stoutner of the Lime Creek Live Wires. From Class 2 in Division 2, we had first place being exhibited by Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, and second by Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. The award for champion in Division 2 is sponsored by Federation Bank, and the Reserve Award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, a really nice set of middleweights and two particularly good class winners, I think, that both have lots of quality, a lot of things to appreciate. The young lady steer that the black one, really one that we talked in class, he's one that's built extremely good from the ground up. I appreciate him in terms of his skeletal makeup. He's really sound and flexible and gets out and moves. I think he's a steer that's fresh and handles well enough as you study him from a condition standpoint. I guess if I'm going to be just a nickel critical of him, you compare him to the colored steer behind him. He's not as opened up. He's not as stout in his top. He's not as big in his hip. He doesn't have maintain the base width as you get in behind him. His advantage is he's probably just a notch more flexible from the ground up, a little more slope to his shoulder, probably just a little more flexible in his hock. Now the yellow steer is not too straight in my estimation. We just like to free him up ever so slightly. I love this guy's body shape, his softness of flank, and his freshness. He's massive up high and really, really powerful from behind. Just an awfully good steer that's got a tremendous quality as well. 2 nice seconds, and congratulations to those young lady. Put your hands together for our middleweights, and we'll congratulate them in order.
Our champion in Division 2 is exhibited today by Riker Giro, and our reserve champion by Libby Seiko. Coming into the ring now, we have our Division 3 Crossbred Steer Class 1 coming into the ring. Division 3 Crossbred Steers Class 1 currently coming into the ring.
Well, again, I think we got a really nice, high-quality steer to lead this a heavyweight class. Man, that rascal's got a lot to him. If you study him all the way through, he's big in his feet and bone, and a steer that's got a lot to him, working from behind his shoulder back to his twist, just from a product standpoint, and a steer that's maintained cutability and leanness and freshness at this heavier weight. Just an awfully good one for a 1,560-pound steer. Congratulations to that young lady, and nice steer. The steer that comes in second, I thought the decision in here was 2 and 3. I appreciate the steer in second for being just a little stouter, a little bigger bodied, a little softer flank, maybe got just a little more depth and dimension a quarter. The Baldy steer is a little longer bodied, perhaps a notch more attractive, a notch cleaner in his overall makeup, but not quite as stout, so a close pair. The steer that comes in there fourth, really a good doing rascal in terms of being performance oriented and lots of pounds and mass to him. A little further along than ideal. You can see that in his working through his chest floor. We just like to clean him up a lot. The same for the calf we wind up the class with. A couple steers that are maybe just been on feed a notch too long, and we just like to see a little higher cutability, but they're stout and productive. The young people have done a great job feeding them. Congratulations here to our heavyweight exhibitors for doing a good job.
The results of our first class of Division III Crossbred steers. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Sophie Seiko of Horse and Pony Club. Second with a blue to Grant Burdo of the Franklin Cubs. Third with a blue to Madeline Siren of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Fourth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Fifth with a blue to Allie Wolf of the Washington Go-Getters. And sixth with a blue to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Coming into the ring will be our final class in the Division III of Crossbred steers. I do want to recognize Alex Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, who's in the ring currently as one of our senior 4-H members. We do want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all shows. The link that is listed in the show program, you can go to that and see previously recorded 2022 Washington County livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. We would also like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts. Many hands make light work as we start to get towards the end of our fair here. Fair cleanup begins at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. You can sign up in the extension office. All help is greatly appreciated.
Well, our heavyweight class, we got lots of beef in the ring, and all of them weighing in the 1600s, and going to be lots of them when it's all said and done. And I think a pair of steers that fit together nicely, that have just a little more leanness and cutability compared to our third place steer. And amongst that pair, I think there's a little more length of body, maybe just a little more depth and dimension a quarter in our young lady steer that we start with compared to our steer in second, who's maybe a notch more moderate, a notch deeper in his forerib and flank. But a nice pair of steers that have maintained their compositional correctness at these heavier weights. And again, as like we talked about, there's a lot of red meat in those rascals, given what they weigh and their composition. Really stout steer the young lady's got in third. He's big-bodied. He's done extremely well. Maybe just a little past where he needs to be from a weight and finish standpoint, but just a little more muscular and stouter than the steer we round out the class with, who again is a good steer in his own right that's done very, very well. Obviously, getting to from a performance standpoint, just like to stouten him up and give him a notch more shape behind. Congratulate these young people here in our last class of the day, your heavyweight crossbreds.
The results of our third and of our second class in the third division, we had first with a blue going to Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, second with a blue to Alex Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a blue to Avery Phillips of the Riverside Ramblers, and fourth with a blue to Avery Phillips of the Riverside Ramblers. We're now going to have our championship drive for our third division. We had first with going to Sophie Seiko of the Horse and Pony Club, second and going to Grant Burdo of the Franklin Cubs from Class 1, from Class 2, Maya Murphy and Alex Murphy. Awards for the Division 3. Our champion will receive an award that is sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson, and our reserve champion will receive an award sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, a very useful set of heavyweights to wind up our crossbred show, and very impressed with all the cattle we had in this division. The young people have done a great job feeding them, and they've maintained some leanness and cutability at these heavier weights, and lots of product as we study them. I think there's one out here that sticks out just from a quality standpoint and kind of puts those pieces together all like we've been trying to emphasize all day. But we'll congratulate them here in a second, and then we'll study them for a reserve. But put your hands together for our heavyweight exhibitors for a job well done.
The results of our Division 3 for the Crossbred division, we have champion being exhibited by Sophie Seiko and our reserve champion by Maya Murphy.
Okay, so we're going to give Dr. Greiner a little bit of a break before he picks our top 5 market steers. I don't know if you folks know, but we are thrilled to offer a new contest this year called Top Stockman. So if I could have all of my contestants in. Well, I have some of them. There's Bryn. How about Ethan? Here comes Ethan. All right, so this Top Stockman contest was designed as an all-around competition to showcase their cattle knowledge, their written skills. They did a video, livestock judging, and herdsmanship. In the knowledge section, each participant did a quiz of 25 questions. Then they were asked to do a short video that answered the question, what excites me about raising cattle? Then they had to create a Stockman plan that detailed a written and a graphical format, what their plans were for their beef projects, such as breeding and nutrition, facilities, marketing, or herd health protocols. These plans consisted of items like photos and essays, graphs, charts, and ad mock-ups. Then the contestants took place in the livestock judging contest. That was done earlier in the week, and those beef classes scores were added to their total. Lastly, their herdsmanship skills were evaluated during the week and given a score. Each age division, we had juniors, intermediates, and seniors, each age division was scored against themselves except for judging, but then all the contestants' scores were compared to one another, and it's a winner-take-all contest. So I am grateful to our Top Stockman sponsors. The belt buckle is donated by Kelowna Realty, Inc., Brian Searin and Haley Hirschberger. The champion banner by Joe, Gwen, and Tad Tabakhorst. They're around the outside. They get a $100 cash prize, and the beef committee threw that money in. And then they have top 6 ribbons, which was donated by the Washington County Cattlemen. So, here we go. In 6th place was Ethan Hotchkiss. In 5th place was Jade Sheets. In 4th place was Peyton Ford. 3rd place was Tess Burdo. So now we have Bryn and Bristol left. In 2nd place was Bryn Northrup. So our winner is Miss Bristol Young. Congratulations, all you guys. The scores were super close. And so I'm really proud of these guys for doing this for the initial year, and I think they had a good time. Thanks, y'all.
in just a moment, we're going to be starting our Grand Championship drive to select our overall market animal. So there are top 5 overall awards that are sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. The Grand Champion will be receiving an award sponsored by Triple G Livestock, Leon Knoll, and Nathan Greiner. The Grand Champion also will be receiving a belt buckle that is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. Also an embroidered chair, which is sponsored by Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz. And there's cash awards that is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association and Joyce Niebel. The Reserve Champion will receive an award that is sponsored by the CBI Bank and Trust and also a cash award sponsored by Boer Farms. The third individual will receive an award sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. Fourth place will receive an award sponsored by LBC Feeds. And fifth place overall will receive an award sponsored by LCB Feeds. Following the selection of our top 5 and our Grand and Reserve champions, we will be recognizing the top 10 individuals for our Grand Champion Market Steer Carcass production class, and also then the top 10 exhibitors for the Champion Market Heifer Carcass classes. We will just need the exhibitors to come into the ring for those. We also will be recognizing the top 10 for rate of gain. Once again, only the exhibitors, but that will happen after the selection of that Grand Championship drive. We will be having showmanship after we have some recognition classes. We will start with senior showmanship, then intermediate and junior. Okay, we're going to get started today with our Grand Championship Drive. Our champion for our returning bucket bottle market steer is exhibited by Tess Berto. We have our small breeds division being shown by Elijah Statler. We have our produce market steer being exhibited by Sydney Kniebel. Our market heifer being exhibited by Cale Schneider. We have our Angus champion being exhibited by Blake Sheets. Our Kiania being exhibited by Hunter Siebel. We have our Maine Anjou being exhibited by Greenlee Giro. We have our Red Angus champion being exhibited by Blake Evans. Our Simmental being exhibited by Greenlee Giro. And our all other breeds being exhibited by Aspen Siren. We have our single source champion being exhibited by Mason Schneider. We have our Division 1 by Mason Schneider, our Division 2 by Riker Giro, and our Division 3 champion by Sophie Seiko. Let's give all of these exhibitors a great round of applause for being out here today. Just a reminder that all beef exhibitors, you will be able to go and get a free beef burger if you go over to the Washington County Cattlemen's. They are serving lunch today at the Producer's Grill from 11 until 1. Also, while we have everybody up here in the ring, I do want to say thank you to all of our ring help, to all of our superintendents, to everyone who's been helping get things lined up, to those people who have been doing all of our results. It takes a lot to get this show put together, and it's running very smoothly today. So let's give all these people a round of applause for all the work they put in behind the scenes.
Well, folks, we've had an awesome steer show and quality all the way through and hardworking young people, and they've done an excellent job. I've picked out 6 steers we're going to leave in the middle, or 6 market animals, excuse me, because we've got the market heifer, and we're going to evaluate them a little bit further in contention for your top 5. So let's put our hands together and congratulate our other breed champions as we excuse them for an awesome job. Well, folks, we've had an awesome day in the steer ring. We had an awesome day Tuesday in the heifer ring, and I'm sure you did likewise in your other species. Before we go any further, I want to thank Steph and Lyle and the whole crew for asking me out and providing the opportunity to come home, so to speak. It's been a lot of fun and been very, very enjoyable, and lots of familiar faces that I've had the chance to shake hands with that stand around the ring. You folks that grew up in 4-H with me in the area or know us, and it's been a lot of fun. And the neat part is I don't know a single one of the young people that come in here. I know lots of faces that are in the crowd, and that makes it really neat. We've had a great show the last couple of days. Thanks to Steph and to Lyle, to Dave and Leon for working the ring, the folks in the back doing all the hard work, and there's lots of folks that make this all happen. Folks, put your hands together and help me say thank you to them for all their hard work. We've had an awesome steer show, tremendous quality up here on the top end, and I think the breed champions or division champions that are out here represent that. We've tried to emphasize cattle that I think are the right kind, those that have muscle and finish and are productive in terms of their rib and their natural body shape, and yet they're balanced and correct in their skeleton, and they've got eye appeal and presence about them. I think there's one we're going to name here in a minute that I think puts that all together and kind of runs away with this deal, and I think there's a really close between a second and third, and we'll evaluate them a little closer. But I'm not going to talk any more about the cattle. Steph may have shared, and some folks have asked me. I had the opportunity to come back. I was in the California State Fair last weekend. I can tell you that I wouldn't have probably guessed this. It's way more comfortable in Iowa this time of year in late July. I can remember, I don't know what the deal is, but normally County Fair week in Washington, Johnson County, it's 95 degrees and you can't hardly stand it. So the weather's been much better. But I'll tell you and be completely candid, you folks, your steer show and your heifer show was twice as big as I judged in California. And I'll tell you that your top five and the top five steers we're going to name right now, I'd have loved to have 3 or 4 of them in California, because they'd have certainly played. And that speaks to the quality of what you've brought forth, and not just the animals, but what it's really about, the quality young people, the quality families, etc. I'll leave the young people with a message. There's lots of you standing around the ring. It's a special day for me. I don't get to do this very often, come home and judge. But the other thing I don't get to do very often is publicly say thank you to those 2 people sitting right over there. Those are my parents. They started me in this project. And my whole siblings, lots of you around the ring share that. And the opportunities I've had in life, the opportunities I've had with lots of you standing around this ring to do numerous things are all responsible for a couple things. One is them. The other one is the Youth Livestock Program and 4-H and FFA. So it's a pleasure to be with you, to give just a little bit back. Mom and Dad, thank you. You young people, make sure you give your parents a big hug. Those that are helping you, give these kids a hand, and we'll get a champion steer.
Our champion for the Washington County Market Beef Show is being exhibited by Riker Giro out of Division 2. Coming in as the reserve champion from that division is being exhibited by Libby Seiko. Our reserve champion at the Washington County Fair for 2023 is exhibited by Hunter Siebel, and that came out of the Kiania class. Coming in as the reserve champion Kiania, being exhibited by Riker Giro. Our third place overall today at the Washington County Fair is being exhibited by Libby Seiko, and that came out of Division II also. Our fourth place today is exhibited by Riker Giro, and that came out of the Kiania division. Our fifth place today is exhibited by Sophie Seiko, and that came out of Division III. Let's give all these exhibitors one more great round of applause for all the work they put in out here. We're going to take just a moment here, and then we're going to be recognizing our our champion market steer Carcass production top 10. Same thing for the market's Heifer and for the champion rate of gain. We will need those exhibitors only in the ring. If I could have the top 10 for the champion market steer Carcass production class to come into the ring at this time. I need Izzy Kalupa, Maya Murphy, Maddie Siren, Jace Kalupa, Allie Wolf, Alex Murphy, Covert Greiner, and Avery Janacek. We're going to start with Carcass for our market steers. I'm going to start from 10th place and we'll work to first place. And there are ribbons that you'll be receiving. So in 10th place, we have Avery Janacek. In 9th place, we have Jace Kalupa. In 8th place, we have Covert Greiner. In 7th place, we have Alex Murphy. In 6th place, we have Allie Wolf. In 5th place, we have Jace Kalupa. In 4th place, we have Maddie Siren. In third place, we have Maya Murphy. And in first and second place, receiving champion in reserve, we have Izzy Kalupa. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. All right, you may now exit the ring. We are now going to have recognize our market heifers for the Carcass. So exhibitors I need to have in the ring for that will be Alex Murphy, Maya Murphy, Sarah Berto, Taya Bombi, Carson Williams, Adrian Blaveld, Tate Bombi, Mason Schneider, and Elena Cook. All right, starting with our 9th place, we have Elena Cook. In 8th place, we have Mason Schneider. In 7th place, we have Tate Bombi. In 6th place, we have Adrian Blavel. In 5th place, we have Carson Williams. 4th place, we have Taya Bombi. In 4th place, we have Sarah Berto. I'm sorry, in 3rd place, we have Sarah Berto. In reserve champion, we have Maya Murphy. And our champion today is Alex Murphy. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. All right, next we're going to do rate of gain, top 10. Individuals I'm going to need in the ring for this will be Grant Berto, Sydney Kniebel, Caden Reed, Covert Griner, Allie Wolf, Alex Murphy, Maddie Siren, Chase Kalupa, Maya Murphy, Izzy Kalupa, Layson Muntz. We need all those exhibitors in the ring. All right, recognizing top 10 rated gain. Tying for 10th, we have Sydney Kniebel and Grant Berto. 9th place, we have Caden Reed. In 8th place, we have Covert Griner. In 7th place, we have Allie Wolf. In 6th place, we have Alex Murphy. In 5th place, we have Madeline Siren. Also in 5th place, we have Chase Kalupa. 4th place, we have a tie between Jace Kalupa and Maya Murphy. In 3rd place, we have Izzy Kalupa. In 2nd place, we have Layson Muntz. And our champion today for rate of gain goes to Izzy Kalupa. Okay, for market heifers, we have our top 10 rate of gain. In the ring for this, I will need to have Elena Cook, Cameron Eldridge, Gracie Wood, Carson Williams, Kale Schneider, Adriana Blaveld, Taya Bombi, Tate Bombi, Sarah Berto, Maya Murphy, and Alex Murphy. Okay, for our market heifers, top 10 rated gain. In 10th place, we have Elena Cook. Tying for 9th place, we have Gracie Wood and Cameron Eldridge. In 8th place, we have Carson Williams. In 7th place, we have Kale Schneider. In 6th place, we have Adrian Blavelt. In 5th place, we have Taya Bombi. In 4th place, we have Tate Bombi. In third place, we have Sarah Burdo. Second place, we have Maya Murphy. And our champion for Market Heifer Rate of Gain, we have going to Alex Murphy. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. We'll recognize some of our sponsors of our Carcass steer and heifer. Some of our cash donors included Farmers Co-op of Keota and Ainsworth, Washington State Bank, Pioneer Seeds, Terry Greiner, Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota, Powell Funeral Homes, LLC Roger Potratz. We have America Family Insurance of Andrew Pelzer Agency, Bruce and Leanna Watson, Animal Health International, Crawford Meat Plant. We have money that was donated in memory of George Colthurst, United Animal Health, Virgil Meyer. For the top 10 carcass steer and heifers, ribbons were sponsored by Dalmar Farms. Then we have the steer champion. The award was sponsored by Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota. Cash awards were sponsored by Lanny and Margaret Brenning. There was also cash for the or sponsorship in the form of the awards for the heifer champion was sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito. For the top 10 rate of gain, the overall ribbons were sponsored by the Washington County Fair Board. The Champions Award was sponsored by Hills Bank and Trust. There were cash awards that were sponsored by Nate and Ann Kalupa family, and the Reserve Award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. We are going to get started with our senior showman. So that is what is coming into the ring at this time. Additionally, while they're coming in, I'll go ahead and give some recognition for the top Stockman contest, the overall Grand Champion Award. There was cash that was supplied by the Washington County Beef Committee. The banner was sponsored by Joe, Gwen, and Tad Tabakhorst, and a belt buckle by Kelowna Realty. For the second, third, fourth, and fifth, the awards were sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen Association.
Well, a good group of senior showmen here in our steer division, and all these young people have been through the ring at least once, and several of them more than once earlier in the day. And we've got some cattle that are acting up a little bit, appreciating the good weather. And but the young people work really, really hard. I appreciate their knowledge of their project. And as we talked the other day, what showmanship's about to me is just make your calf look its best. And I don't care how you go about that, just do it. And obviously that means an understanding of how they look best and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And we visited a little about that with each of the young people and tried to give them a tip or two as I see it in my short glimpse at what they're doing out here in showmanship. But a great set of seniors. They've worked hard, and best of luck to them down the road. We're going to shake the hand of two, but put your hands together and congratulate all of them if you would, please.
Our senior showman champion today is Emma Lyle. Her award is sponsored by Craig and Jody Beinhardt family, and our reserve champion is Jade Sheets, and her award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Coming into the ring now, we have our intermediate showmanship class.
Well, a great group of intermediates. They've been a lot of fun to work with. Several today and some of them on Tuesday as well. And my congratulations to them. They've worked really hard, do the fundamentals really well. I think this is close, and there's 3 or 4 of them I think are in contention for 2 trophies or 2 spots, if you will. And really it boils down to, for me, is consistency. I like for those cattle to be presented in a very similar fashion, regardless of how often we move them and where we put them in the ring. When we turn around and look at them, I want the feet and legs to be consistently placed, and obviously where they're placed is more important, but on a consistent basis doing that, and that's what's going to separate our top couple here this afternoon. Give these kids a nice hand. They've been a pleasure to work with and worked really hard.
Our champion intermediate showman today is Brock Thoman. Award is sponsored by Irwin Farms, and our reserve champion is Kennedy Long, and her award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Let's give all these exhibitors one more round of applause as they leave the ring. We're next going to start our junior showmanship. Due to the large number of exhibitors who are wanting to participate in this, we're going to break this down into 2 drives. So we're going to have 2 rounds of junior showmanship.
We're going to have two classes of juniors, so I've asked these two young people to come back after the next class and visited with the others, give them a suggestion or two. Let's congratulate them for their hard work this afternoon and throughout the year.
We're now going to get started with our second round of junior showmanship.
Well, again, same thing here with our second class of juniors. Really great group of young people. We're going to have these two stay in the ring and work just a minute more. We've talked with all the others on the outside. Congratulate them, if you would, please, for their steer project and their hard work. Congratulations to our finalists here in the junior drive. We're not going to work them too long. The calves are getting tired and the young people are getting tired. They've all done an excellent job. It's been a great pleasure to join you. Good way to end. Champion, the young man with the black steer. Reserve will be the young lady with the red steer. Give them a nice hand as your junior winners.
Our junior champion today is William McWhirter. His award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms, and our reserve today is Aspen Siren, and her award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. I do want to recognize the two other individuals who were in the top for this, Eve Stoutner and Lane Janacek. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they leave the ring. And while we're at it, we'll also say thank you to Scott Greiner for being our judge today. So this concludes the 2023 Washington County Market Beef Show.